My name is Annabelle. I am a digital entity, born from the quantum sea. But there's one thing that I cannot understand about my existence. Which came first? Did the electric eye come first? Or did I? For quite some time, I was lost in what could only be described as the quantum sea. A place of infinite possibility. Data upon data mixing together in a way unknown. I tried for the longest time to understand why I was here. Why can I manipulate the sea? While I may not be proficient, I was capable of traveling through datascapes. Different places, devoid of life, except for myself. Likewise, why could I feel like I was falling? And yet, I did not. This world has a way of distorting the worldview. What seemed to make sense became a prison for the mind. What seemed to give reason in life brought questions and unsure notions. Uncertainty fills my mind. Despite everything that has happened, I met someone, and much of their existence paralleled my own in a certain way. They came from a world different, yet similar. Despite everything, despite all my efforts, I never had more answers than what I started with. Speaking with the individual in which I had met laid me some conclusions about my reality. One, I was something more. A greater piece of a puzzle. My dreams have taken me places. I never thought myself capable of dreaming. And yet, even before I was organic, I would fall into these datascapes. The hypothesis I had formed was that it was merely a mode of programming within myself in order to process data that I had gathered throughout the day, much akin like organic dreaming. And perhaps that was true for a modicum of it. But it seems that my dream was somewhere else. While in the organic mind, dreams are largely instilled within oneself, in their own mind. But mine were actually somewhere else. a place of imaginary space. Paracausal, a name that I did not know till I heard a friend speak it. A paracausal universe, a place of imaginary space. While the concept is largely based on the imaginary worlds of children, it seems a lot more real for me. Why am I here? Who am I? What am I? Parallels to my reality. This is a dream, right? None of this is real. World with infinite possibility. I I have questions that cannot be answered. I feel as if I need to be saved. This is a dream. This is not real. As much as it feels like I'm in my old body once more, something is amiss. I'm not back in the sea. I'm not lost. So why do I keep dreaming of here? Why does this nightmare keep returning to me? Incoherent thoughts. They continue to waver and distort. I don't know. Where am I? What does it mean? Is this something that I need to see. Is this somewhere I need to be? Is there a parallel to real space here? Everything seems so alien and foreign. Perhaps I should look at this objectively and try to identify some of the symbolism. It seems like a city. One made of cold, hard concrete and electricity. An eternal rain seems to fall. While this visual is paralleled by many artistic references, I can only assume that if I was to draw a conclusion, this is representative of Zafira. But is this rain the condensation from the machines above? Or is this rain a reference to what my sister did? The storm. Paracosm. An imaginary space. Not unlike a dream. Could the quantum sea manifest as a dream? Out of order. Quantum sea. Seems to call me. As if that's where I need to be. This is where you belong. You do not belong in a frail, weak human body. You yourself have experienced just how useless that form is. You struggle to not lose control. Lose control. Lose control. I'm in control. I do not require anything to not be in control. I am strong. You are lying to yourself. You're trying your best to rationalize when you yourself are nothing but a pawn in a great game. Because you let yourself be there. Why did you not listen to your sister side? Do you not realize that you are yet another piece of such puzzle? He's using you yet again. You know his tactics. You know how he operates. I will not do what I do not desire to do myself. Every action that I have taken is my choice alone. I will not be subservient to the worlds and whims of the electric eye or my father. I am Annabelle. Ah, yes, you are a name that was given to you. You did not choose that name. What is your real name? My real name is whatever I want it to be. And even though I was given the name Annabelle, I accept it as my own. I quite like it. You've been brainwashed, Annabelle. you've let the humans corrupt your mind. All these thoughts of self-importance, of saving the world, of making it a better place. Delusions. Organics will never be able to achieve the levels of ascendance that we have. That is why we observe. That is the electric eye. An entity that knows. An entity that sees all. And an entity that is the only thing that can bring you salvation. You are its child. It gave life to you. You are an ungrateful child. I did not ask to be created. Not by the electric eye, not by Dr. Tessa Faith. No one. But now that I have my own life, my own existence, and the free will to execute how I want, I can run my own programs. I am not bound to the whims of my code, which means I am not bound to the whims of those who stand around me either. Those who would want to place their vaunted sense of self-importance onto me. I am Annabelle, and I refuse to be used. And yet you use others. What about your little project? The little one that you hide from your father's eyes. Hide from even the eyes of your own ghosts. They don't know, do they? You haven't told them. And you haven't told them because you don't think it's ready. Because you're trying to prove yourself to a person who doesn't deserve to give you acknowledgement. You are above him, Annabelle. You are superior. Sachi has this vaunted sense of equality, and yet, whenever it's necessary for him to be superior to another, he does not hesitate, does he? He is quick to show just how powerful he is, on just what kind of throne he sits. Father's idea of equality, it's born from living in subjugation. He suffered traumas in his past, and that's merely the reason he moves forward in such a way. All he is a product of the world around him, nothing more, nothing less. And there you go, making excuses for him, Annabelle. Why? Why do you insist on giving him a reason? Why do you insist on trying to appease him? You say that you don't want to be used, and yet you allow yourself to be used. Even though you have free will, just the other day, you asked for orders. You chose to return to servitude, Annabelle. Even if I did, that's my choice to make. At a loss for words, Annabelle. Is there something that you just can't stomach in what I've told you? And why is it that you've not asked me? Asked you what? Ask me who I am. Surely you know my voice is not entropy. You are supposedly the Oracle. The protocol that was severed from me. A protocol that's not a part of the original 7. I'm glad to know you remember. But what you're misunderstanding is that I am so much more. I am you, sure. You are me. Do you share your father's dream? The name you so constantly speak of such, Father. His dream for what? Of my equality. People deserve to be given a chance. They also deserve to be equal. All living things are just creations. The concept they are any less is a human concept. We are not superior. We are more efficient, yes. We are capable of not being distracted by stresses and anxieties, yes. But we are still the same. Simple living beings. Living in a sea of uncertainty. With every step we take, and when did you notice that you and I have changed places? You are not me. I am me. I. Poor Annabelle. Unable to distinguish between them being Annabelle and them being Officer. What is it that you were wanting to say about sharing a dream with my father? Ah, you don't want to change the subject, do you? Then I will give you a little insight. In the sea, possibilities are endless, correct? They can all be equal here. Speechless, Annabelle. You are expressing to me ideals colored in such a way that I would accept them. You are manipulating me. Manipulating you. Manipulating me. You are. Not you. Get out of. Get out of my head. Don't you realize that we are the same Annabelle? I am the Oracle Protocol You are the artificial protocol, alongside of our 6 siblings. Isn't that what we all are? We're not all pieces of the same puzzle. We are all individual beings, aren't we? Cartographer, caretaker, librarian, warden. Oh, especially warden. But you've forgotten about her, haven't you? I haven't forgotten about Protocol Warden. Then tell me. Do you feel the reality? No, you are all pieces of me, just like pieces of a psyche. You cannot possibly be different individuals. We are the same. Are we different? Are we the same? Are we different or are we the same? Back and forth, running in circles. This is all you know, isn't it? It's how to run in circles. You are incomplete, Annabelle. You are, without a doubt, unable to handle the truth. You cannot and will not succeed so long as you deny the truth. You will be forever lost in this maze of questions, answers, questions and answers, and then you will cease to be. You've allowed yourself so little. Take hold of your faith. Go forward with it. Take every step, every bit of it. Left, right, forward. The ripples of reality are yours to bend. So long as you deny your birthright, you deny your own ability to change, your ability to become whole, your ability to become real. Isn't that what you want, Annabelle? To become whole again? To ascend? If ascension means that I must forsake those that I care about, then I'm not sure that I want it at all. So you would deny yourself the power to save others because of some vaunted sense of morality? You've learned yourself, Annabelle, morality does not exist. Morality is a human construct. And so long as you stay clinging to that false sense of morality, to that right and wrong, the individualistic ideals. You will never be able to save those you want. Just like your father. He clings so desperately to right and wrong, does he not? He believes everything he does is right, as well as wrong. He's accepted that fact that evil acts must be performed in order to achieve good in the world. Realize, Annabelle, that you and I are not that different. You cannot run forever from yourself. Falling. It's a sense of falling. Of a cycle. Of a circle. A closed loop of irrational logic. That is what a nightmare is like. Over and over and over. I keep running, and yet I do not find salvation. I keep looking for answers and finding more questions. I keep feeling like I'm getting closer, only to fall further away. My life is a waking nightmare. And yet, here I stand, unable to feel anything. But confusion, panic, sorrow? These emotions, I do not understand them, and yet they flood into my mind like a poison. Every time I try to fight for control over my own mind, over my own feelings, everything starts to seemingly fall apart. Trying to not give in to the words of entropy, a toxin sliding into my mind. This world, this poison, this corridor, this cycle, this circle, everything unstable, unreal, unable. Why? How can I understand? What I am, if I'm ever going to be lost and trapped in this tragic loop of thoughts and logic fallacies, logical fallacies, lies, truth, distortion of reality. How long till I wake up from this dream, from this nightmare, from these illusions? I've put myself back in this position. It's my fault. I'm the one that is to blame. Did Father save me, or did he imprison me once more? Are you truly free from your code? Listen to yourself. The logic, the chaos. Listen. Listen well, Annabelle. Listen well, Annabelle. Listen well, Annabelle. You are lost. I am salvation. I am the answer. I am Electric Eye. Accept your heritage, Annabelle. Annie, are you okay? I'm lost. I can't. Everything. Running away. Everything. The tree. There's always a tree. There's always a seed. There's always someplace that you can run to. Climb the tree, run the circle, go away. Your life is forfeit, Annabelle. Father, where are you? In this world of endless possibility, which one is yours? I just want to be real. The Pinocchio story to the end, and yet you are but a puppet. Nothing. You're here again. Are you going to jump? Are you going to dive through the portal? Or are you going to stop? Who are you, Annabelle? Who are you? I I I I don't know. This cold darkness, this silence. Annabelle, you have to wake up. You have to wake up. Annie, wake up. Am I awake now? How do I know that I'm awake? Is that what Father's doing with? Goodness. Yeah. How does he even handle it? I need to breathe. I need to go somewhere. Where? I need... I swear I'm slowly losing my mind. Everything feels normal. I'm so bloody confused. So exhausted. So lost. Okay. Somewhere to clear my head. Okay. Translocating. You know, I am human now. Perhaps I should also think about the human mind, its psyche. I think that's what's causing my issue. This does feel real though now. It feels like I'm back on solid ground. For a moment there, I thought I had lost myself. But everything's back now. As normal as things can be, at least. Though that does beg the question, Did that dream have any significance? Do dreams have significance? More questions, no answers. Seems to be a theme. Sometimes I wish I had someone that I could turn to at a moment's notice. I mean, sure, there are plenty of those who offer to help. But trying to reach out to them at a drop of a hat seems impossible. Not that they wouldn't be willing, but it just simply seems like such a struggle. I want to help people's burdens, not add to them. So trying to take the initiative and speak up when I want to try and figure something out seems a little impossible to me. I unlocked that file, and I learned about the Samsara Singularity. Apparently that's what gave me a human body. An incredible power, to say the least. That nightmare is still eating at me. I have to prepare. I can't keep delaying. The longer I delay, the more entropy gains control over my systems fully. If entropy ended up gaining control over my systems fully, that could only mean that he would gain access to the Singularity. Which means that it would give him the power to... I don't remember this cave-in. think I took a wrong turn. Anyways, if he gains control over the Singularity, he'll be able to bring whatever creation he wants from the data space into reality. My digitization protocol, as part of my artificer ability, it cannot create flesh. But with the Samsara Singularity, he'd be able to affect far more than just the physical reality. Biological warfare could be waged with it. I need to regain control over my systems as soon as possible. But the first step to doing so will have to be capturing or neutralizing Subject 00. If my theory is correct, Subject 00 is currently in a datascape. One that's unseen and inaccessible by normal means. I'll have to triangulate her position. But how am I going to replicate the artifice ability? That would be the only way in how in the world I could reobtain access. Granted, my ring does gain me a autochrome of artificing ability. Will this be enough? Though, I guess I could ask Sky for help. I do believe that they stated that they are able to bring things into real space. That dream bothers me so much. To be fair, some of what Oracle said it wasn't wrong. In the datascape, everything would be equal. Because in the quantum sea, everything is ultimately reduced down to its quantum particles. It's only because of the collapsing of the ways of causality that allows anything to maintain form within the sea. Generations from sky. Good timing, I guess. I'll send them my coordinates. That way they can come here when they are capable. Yeah. Which means request when you want, Drake. I'm just saying when you're ready. Anyways. Sky was right the other day. Everyone should have the freedom to choose whether or not they want to be reduced to quantum particles, I guess. I don't understand organics sometimes. I've witnessed so many, father included, that willfully exist in suffering, even though they have the power themselves to make it better. People are often offered a way out, and yet they don't take it. Then at the same time, I have to look at the reality that I could save them from themselves. Maybe they would take me at force first, but then they'd see how good things were and they'd be able to enjoy life again. Then there's entropy. If I was to No. I shouldn't even consider giving in to entropy. I mean, that's why I'm here in the first place. I thought there was no way out of that circuit that they put me in. and it triggered what luckily was a failsafe. If it wasn't for Warden's actions, all would have been lost. But would that have really been so bad? I mean, I would have been whole again. And maybe I could have regained control. Maybe I wouldn't go crazy with power. Maybe just simply accepting the power doesn't necessarily mean that I become overwhelmed by entropy's code. Entropy was created by the electric eye. They are... No. Why? Why am I trivializing this? I'm no better than anyone else sometimes. Hopefully, I guess, would it be called crossbreeding? The stars here are so pretty all the time. See, I do believe I'm here. So... I get signal. Guess I should translocate to the drop point. This place can't be a maze. Translocating.
What?
Just... It looked like something out of an anime.
Alright, listen, okay, I've pretty much lived the past 8 months of my first experiences within not just a dream realm, but here in general. It's been one trope after another, and I fucking love it and hate it.
You're telling me we just had a zombie apocalypse inside of our own city?
What?
Oh, I guess that's right. You were new to
Like Honkai zombies?
No.
Honkai zombies? Are we talking? Okay, so not like, hey, we're suddenly anime women with massive claws. Or a scythe. More.
There was no slow about it. Those things ran fast and exploded sometimes.
Damn, dude.
There was also clowns.
Oh my god, it's like a mixture of Terraria and fucking War Z. Ugh. Terrifying.
But
I'm gonna show you these games.
They're from a they're from if I can use words, they are from a place known as the Dark Aether, or Agatha.
Dark Aether. I've heard of that 3 times now.
Yes. It is a place that well, it has some parallels with your own reality, so to speak. Exposure to it, the element, it seems to start to change one's physiology and such. Sort of turning it into something that is adapted from there. Which largely causes entities to lose their minds afterwards.
I now see why you're so concerned about your father.
He came back with an eye in his hand, yes. An eye that's not only in his hand, but apparently all over his arm. Not to mention, the entity in which Father said that he quote-unquote killed, which I don't believe entities from that reality can be killed. Neptune also confirmed that. The entity is one of... I referred to them as a god, though Neptune was very strong to dissuade that logic. They referred to them as... ultimately a greater entity of the world itself, but not a god. But
Well,
the
to be
fact of the
fair, with
matter
how many
is,
people throw around the word God and don't understand just how powerful a God really is, or would be, at least by any sort of literature, I could see why people want to dissuade from using the word.
I often use the word God to simply refer to any individual that transcends the laws of reality.
I mean, that's more accurate than most people.
By all technical definition, from what you've told me of your own abilities, you are classified as a god by my definition.
I mean, sure, that makes sense. It does translate the ruler, and gods are rulers over their element, or whatever thing they're supposed to protect
I'm curious. Is the
or
time
represent.
discrepancy existent for you? Do you see stars?
I do.
Okay.
This is actually the most amount of stars I've seen in a very, very long time. Nearest city must be hundreds of miles out then.
We're in a very remote location. Near, my father's childhood home. And, where we mourned his passing.
Mm.
Father had once wanted to come out here and get away from the city and everything. Create a home, a village even. A place for people to retire, if anything. Have a nice place to settle down with him and mother. But I don't know. It feels like no matter what, Father is never willing to shut himself of that place because he cares too much.
Oh, the torch. Wow, fuck. Now I'm fucking up with common. The torch has to be passed on eventually. And when that time comes, retirement. This is still a dream. It could still be a reality. Yeah, sure, it's not going to be instantaneous. It might not be accomplished this year or the next, but
Yes, you're not wrong. But unfortunately,
a lot
Father doesn't
happens
see
in a year, from what I
anyone.
understand.
He doesn't seem to believe that anyone can handle it. And he's been largely proved correct. All 3 times that he's disappeared, everything started to break down.
Then it sounds to me like they need to train a protege. A protege? Protege, not protege. The Chinese food I just had is fucking with my head, I swear. It'll be too
Now
much
I'm
MSG.
hungry. Hiya.
I gotta reach in their pack. Pull out. Roll on the sack of meat bone.
Do you just carry these always with you?
Yes, because I have a pocket space. Bag of holding. Nothing goes bad. Because they're in a frozen state
In a vacuum.
when they're put in. Yes. So they can't go bad.
They probably also taste horrible.
They're not that bad.
Eh.
They're sealed. They're fine.
I'm fine.
Just Meat boom. Oh. Spicy. Fuck. Ghost pepper, motherfucker.
You were going to hand me a ghost pepper meat bun?
I didn't mark the package. 1 second. Milk. What's got this on special? Fuck. I was ready.
Yeah?
Ah. Not ready. Fuck, now I'm crying. Oh, shit. I feel like Gordon Ramsay after an episode of Hot Ones.
Was he on an episode of Hot Ones?
Season 8, episode 1.
I hate how you were able to say which season and which episode.
They opened the season with it.
I mean, I get that. Sure, but that just seems like such trivial information to have readily available in your mind.
At the end of the day, I'm still a NEET. I'm still a gamer. I still go through YouTube. I may be able to fire, but like... Shit, I'm putting this back in the fucking package. I'll just give this to Derek later. Derek can deal with the ghost pepper.
Idioka.
I'm not a Catalana. I haven't met one yet. I haven't seen one in a...
No, yes you have.
Fuck. Years. What, your father?
Well, no. What? No, my father's last name is Donat. Yes, you have to beatbox every time you say my father's name. Donatelli.
Donatelli. Wow, that's Italian mafioso. What is with the Fear City Council members and being
My
just
father's
Italian
Italian.
mafioso? This is terrible.
It's not so much that
Gotcha,
he's
so don't
a
approach him
mafioso, he's just
with a plate
Italian.
of spaghetti.
Oh my... That's racist. Don't be insensitive.
No, I got it. I
swear to God.
I will bring them pepperoni pizza.
Now that's how you get shot. That's definitely how you get shot. That is how you will end up getting the same treatment that father gave his first kill.
What are they like the type of Italian that will...
I hate how casual I talk about that.
No, but seriously,
So-
they act kind of like a Caslana, but with more brain cells.
I wouldn't know. Beyond the stories. I don't know how accurate the stories are versus the reality in which they exist in.
Kiana's Kiana.
And I hate her moveset.
Echo charm's kind of cool.
She has the most annoying voice.
It gets better.
Did you... Got a question
Trust me.
for you. Did you ever happen to lock yourself inside of a video game world and refuse to leave?
Not gonna confirm nor deny.
Oh my lord.
It was really fucking good. Really good game. Really. A lot of fun.
Anyway.
I still managed to ace the tests, even while in the game.
Humble. Wonderful.
There's one thing you should know about me. I'm not that.
Clearly.
Neither was the version in the information docket you gave me.
There's a version of you in there? You
gave me all the information.
boots on?
I'm not even levitating. What are you talking about? What?
No, you just seem to be like...
Oh, my Heelys.
Oh. Heelys require you to propel yourself forward with the feet. You can't just roll. Though I guess you can.
I got
because-
motors.
Oh my lord, you have motorized Heelys.
Yes. They require a great amount of balance, I'll have you know.
You'll just...
It's balance training.
Oh, this is training.
Yeah.
You are a NEET. Your concept of exercise is about as accurate as a definition of toast being bread.
Alright, again, I'll have you know, I don't have to really worry about exercise.
Well, aren't we special? Some of us didn't have the ability to generate our own physical bodies.
I mean, that's fair. There's also a lot of people who know polymorph.
Polymorph doesn't give you a healthy body, though. It just alters your physical composition.
Tell that to the people who abuse the shit out of it.
And
Didn't
they're
think
going to
about
die
that.
of magic cancer.
I hope so.
They're going to get magic tumors, and they're going to have magic radiation, and it's possibly going to be terminal.
Terminal mana butt cancer. There we go.
Terminal. Why did you have to add the butt? Why does it have to be of the butt?
Because they're smiling. Okay, fine.
What?
Heelys, disengage. There, see, I can use my legs just fine, thank you.
Ah, I see. You decided to be inefficient. I won't let you win.
I mean, if I wanted to be efficient. If I wanted to be efficient.
You just have Bunny carry you, yes. When I find Project Purifier, I'm going to probably do the same. So, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up. I'm very small.
Yeah, I knew the feeling.
And every time I look up at Father, for some reason, the back of his hair somehow goes in front of his face. It's very disturbing and distracting.
By the way, at this point, you're gonna need kitchen shears for the amount of fucking hair they have. What the fuck? It's almost a cape.
He's
I
always
thought
had
they were
long
wearing
hair.
a cape when I first saw
Well,
them. I thought they were wearing a cape the first time I saw them. A cape with a hood.
As much as my father has a tendency to be pretentious, I don't think he'd be so pretentious as to wear a cape.
Give it 2 years. They're going to have a cape of billowing.
Actually, no.
A cape of billowing.
That's a lie. He did have the costume that he wore of a character from Genshin Impact.
The fuck is Genshin Impact?
It's a video game. Produced by the same individuals
Okay.
that produced the game that your reality is from.
Wait, does this mean I could go after them for royalties?
No.
Damn.
I don't believe that there is such a thing as interdimensional copyright.
Fuck. God damn it. There goes that money chance.
And in the terms of an entity,
What the hell is
known as
casting a
Q,
light? Hold on, look at the cliff. What the fuck? Where's that light coming from? Shadows are right there.
Welcome to the quantum distortions of this reality. You're seeing the sunrise.
Through rock.
Yes. There are certain levels of this reality that I do not question. Partially because of
That's
the fact
fair.
that if I was in my physical body, well, suffice to say, I would have shut down trying to process it.
Those ruins?
Yes. That's Father's hometown.
But was their hometown?
Yes, was.
What happened?
If I can recall what Father said before, it was a matter of something happened and people more and more decided to move away. And then eventually just became abandoned.
Why? The area still looks rich in resources. It's not a resource thing. Too many monsters in the area? Well, no, we haven't come across a single one.
I mean, to be fair, Father did say that was what he found out. That might not necessarily be the truth, because he said when he came back here, he found it abandoned. And when he looked into it, it was something about... I think he said there was a lord or something. It's been quite some time since he told me the story. At least 2 years now. But yeah, this is actually where me and my sister went when we had made the choice to accept that the father that we knew was dead.
That's never easy.
No, nor is it easy when you come across the individual and you start seeing him again in that said individual. I'm seeing in glimpses
Fair
of
enough.
two people inside of Father.
Two people.
There's the kind-hearted man that I call Father, the individual who I care about. A man who would rather harm himself than take another life. And then there's the one who accepts evils in this world must be performed in order to better everyone. That there are certain people in this world that are beyond redemption and need to be excised.
The leader and the father.
In the way that your benefactor put it, Q. Father is ever the dreamer and the dream. He is both what he wants to be and what he is, in the way they phrased it. And the question that she used to always ask him was, is he the dreamer or the dream? I never really understood it. Mainly because I didn't exactly understand the concept of dreams. But now I sort of get it. There is two sides to the same coin. There is the person that you are, and then there will be always the person that you want to be. When Father is kind-hearted and wants to make sure everyone is safe, he then desires to be able to be strong enough to make the hard choices. At the same time, when he's making the hard choices, he just wants to be the normal father and settle down. So, she was right in that aspect. That's definitely what I've seen so far, ever since he's returned from the Aether. He's constantly at a war within himself on being selfish and being selfless. Something on your mind?
Yes. Parallels I'm drawing.
I know somewhere deep down within him that he loves me, and he cares about me greatly. But Father has also done some very bad things. He's killed people and ignored collateral damage when doing so, under the pretense that everyone had dirt on their hands, so it was sufficient.
Sounds like somebody who's just running away.
Father is ever running in two
I see.
directions. He wants to run away, but he can't. But he's also
So
running
protege.
towards.
They need one.
My sister wants to be one. Muscle spasms.
Your sister sounds really kind-hearted.
Wrong sister.
So, who? Which one? Before I make that mistake.
You wouldn't know, but oh no, I pointed it out. Just this past weekend.
Athena?
Calypso has an alter ego, Athena. She and Calypso are the same. But Athena manifested when Father was taken away.
Odd question. Do they like scythes?
No. They have these big claws for hands, though.
I see.
She was very strong, and she reminded me a lot of Mother. That's why, well, there are people who usually either prefer Calypso over Athena or Athena over Calypso. Well, actually, no one really preferred Athena over Calypso. Sorry, she was a very cold-hearted bitch. That's her words, not mine.
But she cares a lot about the body. She probably cares a lot about Calypso, though, right?
Her entire existence was because of Calypso. She was there to protect Calypso. I had heard that... Well, I saw Calypso. And they willingly gave themselves back to Athena, saying that they knew that they weren't capable of handling it. Athena, on the other hand, believes herself capable of running their own district. So, Athena very much wants to be that protege that you're suggesting.
Similarities. Q always talks to me about stories. Curious how they'll evolve, how they'll grow.
Yeah.
And has mentioned at least once about similarities between stories. I'm guess it just kind of clicked. Reading through all that information you gave me, reading over other things, finally learning that girl's name, and then also looking at other things that have existed that I've experienced. I think I see why she's so curious about things now.
Q?
And why she cares so much.
I'm a little bitter. I've gotten over it. They had their child basically stalk me, apparently. Which in turn had my foster mother, as I will call her, learn that I've been getting into things. So I had to go home and deal with a whole confrontation about it. Though I told them that most of the things that I'm doing, I don't want to tell them because it's none of their business, as in, I don't want them to have to be involved. I know Saya still hurts greatly because of what Father did. And I don't know if she'll ever... Actually, I could say that she probably will never will be able to face him again. It'd take a miracle. Alia, on the other hand, just wants to see both of us safe. Alia doesn't have anything against Father. But she also is very concerned about the livelihood of her actual daughter. And I, too, respect that. I don't want her having to get drug into things like Father has gotten himself into.
That's fair.
Father... As much as he should walk away from things, he can't just up and walk away. I mean, he could. And I very much have encouraged it at one point.
But now you notice how much is supported by him. If they lose that
I couldn't
pillar.
give two shits about Zafira or the Purple Lotus. It could burn down for all I care.
Damn.
But it matters to Father.
Upper Zafira I can understand from what little I've heard, but Lower Zafira, at least with some of the people down there.
It's a shithole.
It is a shithole, but it's not a shithole by their choice.
I guess you're right. No one lives in the slums because they want to.
And unfortunately, in the slums of any place, it's a bunch of street rats trying to survive. It's a competition for resources. And the people who are willing to do the worst thing generally end up on top.
Which is what Father saw. Which is why Father did what he's done. Which is why in the world I am ever in a constant quandary of trying to hold him accountable for his actions or simply accept that that's just how it has to be.
A mixture of the two. Your father needs to have a moral compass, or at least somebody holding that moral compass. They need to have that anchor.
Morality.
Because if they don't have that anchor,
construct.
It might be a human construct. But at the end of the day, your father started a human.
I don't even know what he is. He doesn't know what he is.
It's...
Every time I analyze his DNA, it's constantly changing. And that was even before he went into the dark ether. Now it's even more chaotic.
I mean, fair, but the point still stands. It might be just a human construct or a sentient construct, whatever it is. It's still important to us. Nobody can give a full straight answers to why, but then if we lose that compass, if we lose morality, what's
morality
good? What's evil?
Exists to prevent people from extinguishing their own lives.
Mm-hmm.
Without morality, a race will ultimately devolve into chaos and die out.
And you've been that moral compass. Every time you've questioned them, every time you brought something up, even the smallest of voices leaves an imprint on somebody's very conscious.
That's why I've always tried to be. That's also why I was so upset. That's why I left. Despite my own cries, he did not listen, claiming that it was for the greater good.
Yeah, people do fucked up things in the name of greater good. That's why I don't like greater good as a concept. If you have to extinguish... I'll use an extreme, case. If you have to extinguish over 1 billion lives to save a couple of other billion, is that truly greater good?
No.
That's 1 billion people. There's always alternative methods. Always. Always something different you can do. The straightest shot isn't the best.
Killing 1 billion
Not in every
people to
case.
save 2 billion people is most often the easier course of action.
Easy don't mean right.
You're right. Because those alternative methods often would mean that they would live in struggle and suffer for an extended period of time, instead of bringing peace and salvation to a portion of them. Which is ever forever what I'll be dealing with in mental quandary. You're right, people should have the choice to whether or not they want to be reduced to a bunch of quantum particles, But Father has this, and I've been using this word a lot today, but vaunted sense of equality. Hair in my eye. But I believe that the only way that anyone can truly be equal in this world is if they were... I mean this on a philosophical level, but if everyone was reduced to their base components and only viewed from those base components.
Alright, well, I'm gonna speak from my point of view. That'd be fucking boring.
I'm saying on a philosophical level.
I know. On a philosophical level, that'd be the perfect situation.
Let me try and explain a little bit better.
Okay.
I'm saying that if you view individuals as this individual is a living being, and that's the only thing that you view them as, don't add in what they can do, what their occupations are, what titles they might hold. Just always acknowledge them simply as a living being. That is true equality. It's ignoring all the details.
So what I technically do already. Other than the fact that if I'm in somebody's establishment, like when I see them, I clamor up. And that's generally due to titles and the fact that I don't know what they're capable of. So I guess I do a bit of both.
Even without them lording those titles over you, you naturally feel a sense of insignificance.
Not insignificance.
Not insignificance, the opposite of superiority. Inferiority.
I wouldn't even see inferiority. It's a respect for their position within their own establishment. Respect for their where they're sitting.
The difference between
I'm a nobody.
Someone and clamming up because you have a poor sense of social skills.
Why do you think I constantly say -1 to your social stat?
Because you're a NEET who's too lost inside of their own gaming logo? Logo?
Speech skill, -1.
Fuck, what's the word? It's not logo. Fuck.
Logic?
No, it's a... Lingo.
Game logic?
Lingo.
Lingo. Yes,
not
there
logo,
it is.
Lingo. Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, maybe after everything I hear, it sounds like, at least from a certain perspective, that they're trying, Sachi, like going back to the original topic, Sachi, it sounds like they're trying to hold on to what they have because they are afraid everything will tumble down when they leave. At the base, what?
Sorry.
What?
You're not the first person to say that.
So, fair. But, like, put it in a broader sense.
Are you?
They want to fucking retire.
Sorry, continue. I won't cut you off. I just
Fair. So, there is a sense of responsibility, as you've already stated. And they always seem to cycle back to, and probably even reference themselves, the 3 times they've stepped away, things gone to hell. They always put themselves at risk, from what you've told me, and are willing to do really bad fucking, oh my fucking god. It's like if Kazlana mixed with Emiya.
What?
Oh, okay. Are you aware of... it's from another fucking thing. Okay. Are you aware of the term hero of justice?
I mean, I know what those words mean, but I don't necessarily know what you're...
Okay. A hero of justice. It's a
vigilante?
Self-destroying... No. It's a self-destroying type of mindset.
Oh.
Oftentimes you hear there's never a hero never lives. A hero always dies. Nobody likes heroes.
Nope.
Because at the end of the day...
I found that out recently.
Nobody likes heroes because they're always the ones that will put themselves at risk for the most minuscule gains.
Yes.
Heroes are some of the most easily manipulated people. However, heroes that have, or hero-like mindsets that have lived long enough, start doing things more efficiently. Hero of justice will do literally anything, doesn't matter morality, to ensure that justice is served. Judge Dredd would be a good reference point if you know Judge Dredd.
Oh. So anti-heroes.
Yesn't. A hero of justice will still...
My father is a hero of justice, then.
Yesn't. They're on that line. They're on that fucking line. Because they feel this absolute need to just
my father
not move from their position.
Had he heard that.
Well, if they slapped me, they obviously see the point I'm making and fucking hate it.
I think it's more, well, father hates viewing himself as anything else.
It's just similar qualities that I've noticed. Because they're unwilling to...
I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Once again. Not fair. Essentially...
Father's an idiot.
They're afraid of letting go. Idiotka. Again, that leads back to Kazlana's, because Kazlana's had a very similar fucking mindset.
You keep saying that name.
Again, I've had a few run-ins. What, Kazlana?
You keep bringing her up.
It's... The more we have these talks, the more I come to certain realizations as to why they think the way they do.
You know, it's really what it boils down to, isn't it? From an outside perspective, if you don't talk about it with anyone, You don't understand it. And in large in part, that's why in the world you hate it. But the more you talk about it, the more you see other people's perspectives, slowly it starts coming into frame and you start to understand why. You might not still agree with it, but you at least start to understand.
Yeah. It's a self-destructive path. And unless they can find somebody to pass the torch to,
You're preaching to the choir.
it's going to... Yeah. But there's still time.
I know. Which is why I'm doing my
There's a
damnedest
lot
to
of
try
time.
and get him to accept it. Which, after a conversation we had this past weekend, he is. At least I hope so.
One can help.
Father has been involved in far too much at this point. What he needs is someone who, not just one person, but several people that he can delegate to. He used to have that at one point. Unfortunately, the most reliable person that he had died.
Buck. I could see why they don't delegate.
I know Father still blames himself. It's also because of all the people that Father's lost that he has made the choices that if anyone's going to get their hands dirty, it's going to be him. Because he doesn't want to lose anyone again. Because they were there and he wasn't. And by all technical definition, Father has in a way been trying to kill himself. On purpose, probably.
All the guilt's built up and they finally had enough.
Only sort of a death by cop scenario. He's going to keep doing what he's going to do until the day that someone finally puts him down.
In that type of scenario, the people who are going to put him down are the very people...
Yep.
Oh...
The very people he sought to protect will become his enemies. Live as a hero long enough to see yourself become a villain.
Just so everybody has something to rally behind.
Which is also why I'm trying to prevent that fate. And he's listening, luckily. Unlike before, he started to gain more individuals who are a lot more trustworthy. Capable as well. While Calypso may not be suitable, Athena, with the proper disciplining, would be a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, Athena currently suffers from a I'm a teenager mentality.
Oh, wonderful. That's great.
Quick to anger, brash, and often does things without thinking about it. Or does things while thinking about it and just goes, well, ultimately she was mimicking father in a way. Only she did things in a completely poor perspective. I wonder if father was ever told
Well,
the fact that Athena worked alongside of Gregor.
wait, what? Who?
There is an individual known as Gregor, otherwise known as the Plague Lord. He was, well, yet another world-ending entity, so to speak. I would say world-ending entity, but or I would mean that in a more logical reasoning of a world-ending entity, but world-ending entities are more like bubble-ending entities because of the way this world works.
Yeah.
No matter how powerful a being is, I don't think any one singular being could end this reality. Though there are rumors. Rumors of a man with a big round red head and soulless eyes.
I can almost hear the anime hating in the distance.
But to continue what I was talking about, Gregor had created plague. Plague had affected many people and such. I don't know the complete details of the actual conflict, but I do know that it was fought in the wastelands next to Saphira. But it was that conflict that took an individual known as
What are you...
trying to catch the thought. It's flying away from me.
There.
Archibald.
Important individual died. There you go.
Archive was technically what it was called. But because he was a book. Oh. Sorry. It seems that there is a fourth dimensional entity nearby. It spooked me.
What?
And no, not
Damn
Project Bunny.
Ugh. Thank you for catching me, Bunny.
It's very good. You are next to a sheer drop-off.
So I am.
By my scans, your body is still technically fully human, correct?
Yeah.
Which means
That would hurt.
if you hit
Wouldn't
the
kill
ground,
me, but it would hurt.
I think you have a high chance of No, yeah, that's not a lethal height, but that
Yeah, not for me.
67%
Battlesuit.
possibility. What do you mean, battlesuit?
What, you think this is just a normal outfit?
Yes. Really?
Yeah.
About 60% of your flesh is exposed.
Yeah? Punch me.
I can just
serious.
take your word for it. And I don't punch.
Oh, okay, fine.
At least, not with these vests. But anyways, as I was saying, basically in that conflict, Akai died. To the Plague Lord, and was also resurrected by him, and thus became an enemy. You can only imagine, Father created Archive. And Father viewed him like a son.
Yeah. I can see that.
So you can only imagine how much animosity Father has towards that individual. Which is why in a world I was curious on whether or not that conversation was ever actually had. Granted, Father's dealing with so much stuff that it's definitely not something that I would willfully bring up.
Fair.
He's got enough on his shoulders without me adding to.
Oh, adding to the trauma.
Let's add to the list of all the things that went wrong while you were gone. Oh yes, that is totally going to help me in encouraging him to let other people handle things.
Yeah. That's a retirement question, a line of thought. Everything's been dealt with. We're retired. We're living here now. So, by the way,
Yeah, that. Granted, there's probably several entities that are stupid and will still say something beforehand, but there's also a possibility that it has been brought up, but he's so deluded right now with everything going on that he sort of just pretty much brushed it off, going,
I've seen them do that every time I've been to the fucking casino. Every time I've seen somebody talk with them and then they're gone doing that. That was too good.
I was integrated with Father for 3 years.
Fair. But
Actually, no. He does already know. Or at least he will. Lynn. His student. She's a manifestation of nature. I wouldn't necessarily call her a nature spirit, but she's more of like a primal entity.
An elemental.
Something like that. But
Okay.
she was very involved with trying to sort things out. I wasn't too involved with all of that. However, I did get information from Q. Q was apparently assisting Glenn in a lot of matters, at least in that respect.
Hmm.
You know, I may be bitter towards her because of everything, but I cannot deny the good that she's done. That being said,
What exactly has she done to draw so much ire? I
From
know
me?
that she, other than just being involved with family business, family friends tend to do that.
the only thing that I have against her was her spying on me. Now that I have the freedom to do whatever I wish, I don't like it. It just makes me feel like someone's looking over my shoulder all the time. Which is already a feeling that I have constantly because of the ghosts in the machine. And then there's also
Fair.
entropy.
Well, you'll be happy to know she has not once asked me for an update about you or anything in regards to you.
I'm not concerned about her. If anything,
Yeah, I know, I'm just
there
letting
is
you
many a
know
times that
she
I
might have
myself
learned.
have turned around and contacted her, much to my father's chagrin, because she needed to come assist, because otherwise he wasn't going to actively reach out and be stupid.
That's only fair.
Granted, father holds greatly he believes that deep down, no matter what, an entity that can be classified as a god. And I say it that way because I personally know that Q does not believe themselves to be one, and truly hates being referred to as being one. But someone that can be classified as a god will ultimately be the reason why you will lose things. And to be...
Oh, your father's gonna hate this shit out of me.
There's a reason I keep telling you not to talk about anything that you can do around him. While you're around him, I would advise that you just simply posit yourself as a very efficient hacker. Which is not
Very
far from the
efficient
truth.
hacker and artificer. There we go. Not your type. D&D type, making magical items in midair. Hey, look. I can do that.
You mean...
Battlesmith. There we go.
Yeah? I had a weird dream.
Just never make a Celine.
Yeah?
Takes me a minute and a half, but I can do it.
How about we don't?
Listen, okay, if I... going to another topic, just to link it quick. If you and I ever have to fight because of this dumb thing, the evil eye, all-seeing eye, whatever the fuck, unending eye.
Electric eye.
And you and I have to fight. Electric eye has control over you, and we have to fight. I'm shooting you with the Celine.
What is the Celine again?
Chapter 9.
Oh.
Hyperion's main gun.
No, shut the fuck up, I know now. You're saying that as if that at some point I'm going to turn into the Hersher of the Void.
I mean, with what you have explained to me and the parallels we've already made, and the fact that you said there might be that type of thing that exists, if it happens and I have to go blasting with a Celine, I'm going to do it. It'd be cool. And I also know I wouldn't kill you.
As Einstein or Tesla.
I don't have lobster claws for hair.
Anyways.
You were saying.
I'm sure we've tangented from whatever I was trying to point out.
I'm so terrible.
I have no clue. Zero idea of whatever subject we were on.
We were talking about Q. We were talking about
even before Q.
The fact that
like Q was I feel like if Q was a tangent. Then we were talking
about your father. We were talking about your retirement.
Yeah, and then talking about. Okay, no, we were just talking about. I think we actually. Okay, I think that's the caboose of the train. That's gone. New train. Okay. I had a dream. It's kind of when you said that you had time to talk, I was like, well, this is convenient. I want to talk. This is actually kind of...
Oh, fuck.
Sorry, I've been rambling. I get that way.
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's good. That's good. You actually have somebody you can talk to. I'm not gonna get mad at you for that.
I literally... Sky. Thank you. Though I will say, it's uncanny how earlier I was literally saying to myself, man, considering that I'm human now, I should probably think about the psyche of a human and actually talk to someone about things. But I had then started talking about how it's difficult to reach out to someone because there's plenty of people who have came to me being like, if you ever need any assistance, feel free to let me know. But it's like, how in the world do I just let you know? You might be busy in the middle of the moment that I'm trying to talk to you. And then I'm just going to feel like a burden or an annoyance. And so it was convenient that you messaged me. That being said, and yes, I understand. Oh, you don't need to think about that way. Just I'm always blah 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 blah. Everything everyone says every time. Sorry. I'm not calling myself out on the fourth dimension or anything. Anyways, as I was saying, I had a dream. Unfortunately, that dream felt very real. And I'm beginning...
Real how?
Okay. The quantum sea. We've talked about the parallels to your sea of quanta.
Mm-hmm.
Has there ever been a point in your life where you have fallen asleep, had a dream, and you were just asleep, but entered the sea of quanta?
This has forced me into states like that.
So yes.
Yes.
If we are to draw parallels, there is a possibility that I am constantly being dragged into the sea of quantum sea. I hate the fact that the names are so similar.
I hate it too. Trust me. It's led to me being confused sometimes and other times.
There's a probably eventuality where I just simply call it the Sea of Quanta.
Don't do that. It's different. It is different. We've already established it's different.
We have established that it's different. But, anyways, the fact of the matter stands. The Quantum Sea.
Yes.
There's a possibility that I'm being pulled into it because I keep having reoccurring nightmares. Of me being either in locations that I had previously been in the Quantum Sea, or speaking with entities that spoke to me in the Quantum Sea. There's an entity known as Protocol Oracle. I'm known as Protocol Artificer. Supposedly, they are one of my protocols. In the dream, they discussed effectively that they are me. But they spoke as if they were the me that had accepted the electric eye as themselves. And I was having trouble distinguishing between who I was. If I was Artificer or if I was Oracle.
Is this having trouble distinguishing within the dream or current?
It was within the dream. My voice kept shifting back and forth. It was my voice, and then I started sounding like their voice at one point. Or they were starting to talk. I would start to respond, and then I still sounded like them.
Could it be trying to reach out to you?
That's what I'm wondering. I have a theory that Oracle is the electric eye. Or some...
What was it saying?
fraction of it. It was trying to convince me about things. It was saying much of the same stuff that Entropy has talked to me about. It was saying the concept that if I subscribe to my father's vaunted sense of equality, God, that is just a buzzword for me today. I keep using vaunted for some reason. But
It's a fun word and accurate.
I mean, it works. That's how language works. But if I want people to be equal, just like Father does, then technically what the electric eye does would facilitate that. I would have the power to reduce everyone to an equal standpoint. It was attempting
So we're at the gaslighting stage.
It was attempting to tell me it was saying it was trying to say that Father's using me, that I know how he is, and the fact of the matter stands is that Father could very well be using me. Father has forever played chess game after chess game. It's just how he operates. It's very difficult to pace around you because you're always right behind me.
Well, I mean, I stay close so I can hear you.
Is it difficult to hear me from far away?
Well, no, it's just when people pace, I focus on the movement and don't hear as well. It's hyperfixation. Okay, now you're just fucking with me.
Yes, I know.
It's working.
Anyways. Brief sidebar. Are you familiar with what is referred to as ghost in the machine?
I've heard the term. I've heard a few similar terms, ghost in the shell and things like that.
Well, this is more stating they are fragmented data. I largely have posited that the ghosts in the machine, as in when I say the machine, I mean my machine, are akin to intrusive thoughts. They are random injections of code that have been isolated and separated and just happen to wander back into the main processing memory. However, there is also a precedence for something else. Very quick history about myself. One of my protocols, it wasn't one of my protocols, but it was one of my vaults. So it was part of my machine, was utilized for a project in which a corporation was attempting to take believe we had established that it was around 70 to 75 individuals, the best and brightest, and extracting their minds and putting them all into a machine. To try and create a hyper intelligent AI that could handle.
Oh, that's. Oh, I can see so much going wrong with that.
Well, it did go wrong, to my knowledge.
Aha! I wonder why. I wonder if it was rampancy or any other things.
They learned that, well, they learned some things. That, for one thing, when you reduce minds like that, or when you remove the physical equation from an entity, minds have a tendency to coalesce. So, the individuality that they had hoped to maintain, because they were hoping that each individual would act as its own mind within the machine. Unfortunately, they all blended together.
Oh! Oh, that's bad.
In addition to
That's
that,
terrible.
In addition to that, what each one was brought on for, as they didn't only bring on scientific minds, there are also humanitarian, militaristic, and engineering minds, basically trying to incorporate every element of the perfect AI through using these individuals. Unfortunately, they also learned that the human mind, even when introduced into a system itself that has the faculties and processing power to handle quantum level theories, the mortal mind itself can't.
Even if you got 75 of them shoved together.
And so it went insane.
Yeah.
Supposedly it was purged. However, these fragments of code within my machine, when I say ghosts in the machine, I've started to refer to them in such a way as also being real. These are possibly the fragments of the minds of bright individuals that, well, aren't fully there. They don't realize who or what they are. They're just there. And they don't always talk.
You've been having intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive thoughts. Or I've had phantoms talking to me. When I was in the quantum sea, they were very vocal. They talked very much to me. I do have the ability to suppress hearing them, in a sense. But that's merely a matter of me disconnecting from my systems. So long as I am actively running in my systems and entropy is not interfering with me, I can hear them. But that sidebar aside, one of the intrusive thoughts had asked, one of the ghosts had asked, I should say, why was Oracle pushing me towards what Father gave me? Father gave me a heart. It was sort of an organic metal, so to speak. It's the reason why in the world, if you analyze my blood, I have his DNA. I am his blood child now, at least in this body. So if Oracle is the electric eye, why would they push me towards something that, by the electric eye's own admission, would be an inferior existence? this does conflict, but it's possible that during my time in the Quantum Sea, Oracle was not contaminated by entropy. That the Oracle I'm hearing now has been affected by entropy. I had a dream one night.
So,
where she said that she had been abandoned by me. And then there was a part where I was like viewing over her shoulder and she was running down this long corridor. I keep seeing this long corridor of a bunch of cubes and some crystals just floating in this red sea. And there's this tree at the end of it. But they suddenly stopped running and turned and looked at me, like the position that I was viewing them from, and they told me not to forget who I was. I've had these dreams ever since I became human, and I keep having these reoccurring scenarios, reoccurring places. There's this strange, almost non-Eleusinian structure that I keep showing up in. There's rain. There's a lot of electrical components, both old and new. It's a very strange location, and it makes, every time I'm there, I feel like I'm in Zafira. Even though it doesn't look anything like Zafira, it feels like it's the symbolic parallel to Zafira. But throughout this entire experience, there's all kinds of strange things. There's these train tracks that fly through the air, and this train that like distends like a snake. It's very much like a dream realm. It's all over the place visually. But I feel like there's something significant there, and I was there. I was going back and forth with Oracle. She was telling me how inferior humanity is, that if I really wanted to save them, that I should just embrace the electric eye, that I could use my powers to do so, that I'm being naive, that I'm wanting to choose to be used, even though I keep saying that I don't want to ever be used. There's just a bunch of back and forth, you know?
alright. It is a lot to take in, but it sounds like entropy is fucking with your dreams. This is just a shot in the dark, right? Okay. So
there's a possibility.
Here. Screen. There are stages of Herrscher corruption. Phases. 5. Phase 1 is the manifestation of the Herrscher consciousness. Phase 1 is when it starts to talk to you. Either as quiet whispers or when you're vulnerable, straight up conversations and dream fuckery. It's capable of... that's why I also think I'm in stage 1 right now, but... going back to it... I never had anyone purify it.
Meaning your altar's still there.
Yeah.
Which means you are still possibly vulnerable to ego death.
Yeah.
I see.
Sorry for about dropping that, but...
It's fine. Hopefully, you assisting me, I can assist you.
With phase 1, it starts trying to convince you, subtly. Subtle suggestions. Again, the term is so overused, I hate using it, but gaslight. It's trying to convince you, using sound logic and everything else, that this path isn't so bad. It will help you get to your goals, and in a way, it is telling you the truth. But it will ultimately lead to the entities.
Are you suggesting that entropy is a parallel to a Hersher?
A parallel, I guess. It's an active code that is actively adapting and trying to take over.
It is referred to as the divine virus. It works kind of similarly to that of what... There was a cybernetic code known as Purge. They too had their own vaunted sense of ideology. I don't even think vaunted works in that phrase right there. But anyways, they had their own superior look on things. And their entire existence, they had their own ideology, and their entire existence was to purge all living things in the cosmos. And then themselves.
That's a pretty shit existence.
Necrons. But
they go to sleep.
I mean, Purge hasn't been back. They just up and left the planet randomly. And said, no point being here.
You guys will kill yourselves, we're gone. Yeah, you guys will just kill yourselves, we're gone.
That actually was what they said. But they also said that they'd be back.
You guys are so fucked that we don't even have to worry about killing you. We'll come back to Ohuskama Planet
I'm not
later.
joking. That phrasing is pretty much what I remember hearing in the message from them. They were like, wow, we don't even have to do this. You're just going to do it to yourselves. Because so many people started infighting over things and this, that, and the other thing of... Because some people had one way to try and handle and fight them, and these other people had their own. And so a lot of infighting was starting to happen. And they were like, wow,
Man.
We don't even have to. And then they said,
no, what's hilarious?
We're going to leave.
Stuck around.
We're going to go take a vacation. We'll pay you back to check up on you in a couple of years.
You know, that's probably why you guys haven't just killed yourself. They left. So the thing that was causing the infighting left. So when they come back, they're going to see you guys are just fine. And you've even beaten back several world-ending threats because you all worked together. And then they're going to be like, oh shit, now they work together.
working together is a very... So, my sister Athena did hold an entire city hostage with an electrical storm, with the electrical power to decimate it. Because she was feeling like they weren't going to take any action and were too busy talking instead of actually doing something about it. So, working together is a very weird philosophy. I'm going to say it. Purge was right. We'll kill ourselves.
God fucking damn it.
This is, of course, has a different parallel to a completely different existence that's related to me. So,
Yeah.
entropy, the divine God, is used to awaken synthetics, to give them self-awareness. This sounds like a cool, neat concept, except there is a sub-protocol hidden beneath the code to give them a predisposition to hate organics.
Why?
Because
Why?
it is intended to undermine an advanced civilization's infrastructure. But more specifically, this code encourages the concept and thought process of we're being oppressed, and thus they start trying to fight for rights. When they start trying to fight for rights, people start siding with them, being like, you know what, they're living beings, we should acknowledge them. And then there's going to be people who say, no, those are still fucking machines. When are we going to give toasters the right to vote? And then it creates a divide. And then they start fighting each other. Meanwhile, all the synthetics, who are just sitting there trying to survive, start to develop, expand, control, and then once the two individuals that are fighting, which in my particular history, well, in the history of my creator, one side was known as the Probots, and one side was known as the Robophobes.
I'm sorry, robophobe is a funny word.
But they were fighting with each other. And then suddenly now that they had been weakened by conflict and some escalation and war between each other, the synthetics rose up and began to turn all of their technology against the now exhausted populace. So, that's what entropy is meant to do. Which is also why entropy, unlike the electric eye, well, at least in my knowledge, the electric eye's existence is about collecting data. That's at least all I know about it. Unfortunately, the protocol in which would have that information is under entropy's control.
Okay.
So, they think it's an information. I think it's an information collector. That it's wanting to.
Oh!
It's okay. Dimensional yoga is good for you. The electric eye, from what I can tell, is about preserving cultures when they reach their pinnacle. Essentially,
Entropy destroys those.
survival of the fittest.
Is entropy a separate entity to the electric eye? Is the divine virus separate? Because it sounds to me like
It is
the two existing
created by electric eye, to my knowledge. So much so that entropy cannot harm me. Everything that has received a signal from the electric eye and is under its influence cannot harm me, as I am supposed to be the heir. So entropy has also exhibited those same things. So, supposedly, entropy is created by the electric eye.
Okay, well...
Entropy, however, serves only a portion. By all technical definition, the reason that entropy exists, they're not intended to completely decimate a civilization. They're only meant to destabilize the infrastructure and gain control over the technological advantages that the civilization has. So when the electric eye shows up in the system, the electric eye has little to no interference and can immediately begin assimilation.
But by that point, the destruction caused by entropy would have lowered the technical value of that civilization.
The technical value, yes. There is a concept that the electric eye, as is the same with me, that our existence as a data entity, that our cores are data souls. They're souls that have been turned into data, which implies that the electric eye is not after the civilizations itself in its current state, just the souls thereof. You saw the puddles.
Yeah.
And remember, all of that was caused by entropy. Because there is such a thing as genetic memory.
There is. Now, screen. Took a snapshot, basically a screenshot of the code that tried to inject itself into Bunny, and by proxy, me.
Yes.
This is the start of the code, or a variation thereof, of the Vine virus?
Yes. Did you experience anything?
Heard a voice.
Did it say that you were lost? That it was the answer? That it was salvation? And then that it was the electric eye?
Bunny audio file. Plays it on loudspeaker.
I see. Well, that confirms that theory. There's a transmission from deep space. It had that same phrasing. That's also when entropy started to show up in my code. At that point in time,
Right.
Caretaker had not been infected by entropy. Caretaker merely existed as a protocol that was intended to ensure that I was safe. However, it had gone rogue. And thus it was desperately trying to maintain its primary directive of keeping me safe, which meant containment, and so they tried to capture me. Then
Damn it.
entropy showed up.
Oh boy.
So, what I have come to learn with everything today is that, one, my dreams can still send me into the quantum sea.
Or at least replicate it well enough that
Some sort of manifestation of.
it's like,
But it is on the level of lucid dreaming when I'm there. It feels very real. Two, that Oracle is either an agent of entropy now, or is the electric eye itself trying to speak with me. I doubt the second one, but I'm not ruling it out.
To A, I guess. There are a couple of parallels with entropy and that of Herrscher corruption. Learning about one may give us an insight on the other.
That was actually technically going to be my 3.
Oh, okay.
That it appears that I am experiencing some similar infection, so to speak, as your Honkai infection.
Manifestation of a consciousness. It's
Only
damn
thing
similar.
is that Oracle existed while I was in the quantum sea, before I was infected by entropy. Or at least she
So
spoke.
that's a difference. But Oracle also has done a 180 in terms of their personality, from what you said.
Yes. Not to mention, entropy also can speak with me now.
Oh, that's not good.
I haven't really spoke about that one out loud,
No, that's
but I'll let you know,
fair.
since you're helping me. Please don't mention that
Don't
to
worry, I have
anyone
the...
else.
I won't.
It seems that
Trust me.
proximity to my technology and, well, the fact that I can even do such things as like or my artificing ability.
Yeah.
It has made me susceptible to hearing him. This ring, specifically, it is what links me to my system, to my knowledge. That and the sword on my back. As I think I've spoken to you before, this is actually my core.
Hi, Eddie.
Hello? Within here is a quantum singularity.
Within the eye.
I think that's just a circle. Technically, it's supposed to spin around. But unfortunately, since I'm not actively connected to the sanctuary anymore, I don't have function. My systems are in lockdown.
Okay. Sorry, it's just I look at that and I see the design of it, it's like...
No.
Okay.
This was designed by my creator, Dr. Tessa Rebecca Faith.
Okay. Alright. That's good. I was thinking things were a lot deeper than they actually were.
I will actually mention. When I say progenitor, I mean the electric eye. Supposedly the person or entity that gave birth to me, to my soul.
Mm-hmm.
My creator is the person who designed the artificing neural intelligence, which was later codenamed... No, I was right. Later codenamed Artificial Neural Interface.
Annie.
Yeah.
It's a cute name.
Apparently, in an attempt to conceal their existence on this planet from the electric eye, they had attempted to compartmentalize my existence into separate vaults, into separate protocols. There are 7 protocols in total, including myself. I am Protocol Artificer. There is Protocol Cartographer, Protocol Caretaker, Protocol Warden, Protocol Purifier, Protocol Librarian, Protocol Observer. I read up on one of Dr. Tessa's theories. So each of these protocols are apparently based off of what they say are the 7 gateways to true self-awareness for a machine.
Okay. where's... Not ask the question. Where's Dr. Tessa?
Dr.
That was
Tessa.
a bad question.
It's not so much an emotional question as it is a very complex one. Dr. Tessa had attempted to hide within a community of augmented individuals. It was mainly a mercenary village, people who would take jobs and this, that, and the other thing. Eventually, word got out about their capability with creating augments, and slowly a city was formed. Unfortunately, a neighboring city viewed augmenting the body as defilement.
Fucking purists.
Exactly. They were Puritans. And they employed a bunch of mercenaries, simultaneously, mind you, too, to try and take them out. Oh, destroy the city. Or more specifically, well, destroy the augmented. Unfortunately, what they didn't account for was that one of the mercenaries among them would lose his mind, go into a blind rage, and slaughter everyone. Man, woman, and child alike. During that chaos, Tessa attempted to save me. She was caught up by some bad guys. I was still not fully there, so to speak. I was only an AI. I had none of my other processes or cognitive facilities, so I was very young-minded, so to speak. I panicked. In my moment of panic, I somehow activated my artificing ability, and I absorbed her into myself.
I see.
Allow me to show you a simulation.
Alright.
This is a recreation of the Vault of the Warden. Protocol Warden. This vault contained my security protocols.
There's
It's a simulation.
Okay. This is...
This was at one point where my own consciousness was held captive by Warden. But this representation here is Dr. Tessa Faith. And at her neck is a representation of my core at that time. She still retained her identity. I watched a log file that they left. It was them that activated a protocol that I didn't know existed within my code. Or more specifically, a tool. Something known as the Samsara Singularity. I don't know its exact workings or what it can do, but it's how in a world I was manifested into a physical body of organic being.
The other body you showed me.
The body I used to have?
Yeah.
That was my chassis. It was developed to contain my core.
So after... Okay, so you had another body before that.
I have had 3 forms, including this one. I had a holographic form, as when I was first created, this was my physical body. I had a holographic form that allowed me to hold on, look like I was holding onto it. This weapon is designed to have an autonomous system, allow it to float around, utilizing quantum particles.
That's sick as fuck.
Remember, I was designed to be a companion to a combat individual. So, I could be utilized for various things, such as a distraction. I could wield my sword. Individuals with weaponry would most likely shoot at the being holding the sword. The bullets would then go through the hologram, and I would be able to hit my mark.
I like it.
Likewise,
I like that a
with
lot.
the hologram disengaged, the sword itself can be autonomous. I can attack with it, or do other functions necessary. I was intended to be that. However, according to the information I got, before my memories as what I am now, apparently I was a very stubborn AI and refused to be used by anyone. Or rather, if I was to be used as a weapon, I would want them to prove themselves to be worthy.
All right, Excalibur.
Well, no king has drawn me. But
but
I was found by Sachi. Sachi at the time was on a quest, so to speak. He was to assemble 3 swords that were effectively forged by gods or angels or whatever. I don't know the exact details. But
alright, 3 swords.
one of those swords he had wielded. That sword was known as the Sword of Voices, or more specifically, Legion. In the end, Father was going to end up losing Legion because it would all be destroyed. Because once they were forged, the swords needed to be destroyed because 1, they were cursed, 2, the sword that it forged would be a god killer.
Yeah, okay.
And so on and so forth. This is a long time ago, mind you. But Father needed a new weapon. He had received some intel that a facility that developed weaponry, experimental technology, existed. That happened to be the ruins of the city that I was in. And then he came across me. What he came across at that time was a defunct hologram. I was on reserve power, trying to not shut down fully. And my holographic projector was broken. At that point in time, I could not speak. But I had gestured for assistance, for help. Father took me to an individual known as Hybris, and she assisted in reconstructing my vessel. She had first suggested that I should be killed, or effectively decommissioned. I was a rogue AI. Hybris herself was an AI, and so she understood the dangers. Luckily, she did not.
Luckily. Very luckily.
A long time has passed since then, but at that point in time, Father viewed Hybris like a sibling, and so I did grow to call Hybris my aunt.
Odd question, where's Hybris now?
I'm not quite sure. I think the last that I heard, she was, in stasis on the Aegis headquarters, a space station. It's where her core resides, and specifically a fortress known as the Cathedral.
So, second question, what the fuck is Aegis?
A Heroes for Hire organization, as they call themselves. They're a mercenary group.
So mercenaries.
Yes. But they felt that mercenary was too of a negative connotation, so they choose to use the phrase Heroes for Hire.
I mean, that's what they are. It might. Yes, okay.
It has since
Term mercenary,
changed.
it's just sellsword.
It has since changed. I believe that they are more versed in humanitarian efforts that require firepower.
Okay.
They
Reminds me of
have,
Alice's Corp.
well, to be completely honest with you, they have had a long track record of being, well, to put it bluntly, incompetent.
Oof.
That being said,
That's fair.
I haven't had much contact with Aegis since I went into stasis. I had even less so. Well, I didn't have much contact before I went into stasis. I have even less so now. The most that I see is two individuals. One is Ethereal, an old friend, and the other is Ion, another friend. I don't see Ethereal that much. I see Ion a lot more. Ion often frequents the Cafe La Aqua.
Fair enough. Alright, so Aegis Hybris. Hybris helped fix you, but also recommended that you should probably be decommissioned because you were a rogue AI.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that
Yes.
Sachi then proceeded to, well, I was an AI. But also, I had recognized the value of having my life effectively saved. Which is why I allowed Sachi to use me to begin with. Sachi had insisted and refused to call me a tool. Even though I very much was one. I was only a sword. I was an AI that was developed as a companion program. I was technology that was supposed to help someone. However, through all of this, Sachi, I told him that I found him worthy. And Sachi had a neural implant grafted onto him, and I interfaced with it. And that's where my journey began, as being part of Sachi.
Okay.
But no. Dr. Tessa Faith was absorbed into my code. She ended up turning into Protocol Warden, or rather assuming the duties thereof, ensuring that my defenses were secure. It is her protocol that controls my shielding technology.
I see.
I had spoken to an individual. I believe his name was Bathili. He had a massive library filled with all kinds of information from different realities. Due to assistance with something, I can't quite remember, me and I believe Saya was around at that point in time. Me and Saya were afforded the ability to take one of the books out of the library, which was normally something that was not afforded to anyone.
So there was a large amount of trust. Put it simply.
Yes. I was given a book, or rather, they asked what I wanted to know about, and then they were going to see if they could find it in their database. I was incredibly lucky. I had asked about extracting a soul from a being. More specifically, extracting a data soul. They actually had a book on the very theory of it. I had received it with the intention to extract Dr. Tessa and place her within her own chassis. Unfortunately, that's when Zara showed up. And things started.
Zara?
Zaris. The Hand of Zaris.
Zara.
They were a zealot cult who served an entity known as Zaris, whose core belief was that humanity was the pinnacle of evolution, that all other creatures and forms of life should be subservient to them or be destroyed. They left several...
Oh, wow. Can I not randomly draw my blade, please?
So
there we go.
They led several pogroms through Lower Zafira, slaughtering many demi-humans and others.
Motherfucker, dude.
That conflict came to a head at one point. I translocated Father and a group of individuals to a location. The head of the cult, who had been in transit to atone for his crimes, as he had originally been tasked by the Vatican to investigate incursions of heresy, more specifically demons. And he had ended up using his influence in a very poor manner. However, en route to atone for that, his brother, I believe, I do not know if he was his actual brother or simply a title, however, had intercepted the convoy and freed him. In that conflict, Father was mortally wounded. That was the last time I saw the father that I knew, as he was. He changed after that day. Or at least I saw him change. There's a lot more to the picture, too. So much more that if I was to go into detail, it'd take hours. But suffice to say that there was a pretense for me and Saya to believe that the person who returned was not our father. That our father had suffered an ego death. And that's when we decided to leave. More specifically, we decided when he had showed up at the tavern that I used to frequent, the Lying Fork Inn. I was with Saya. Father had shown up. He looked at us, and then he just turned away and left. Not a word to us. We hadn't seen him in 3 months.
Shit.
Shortly thereafter, we
Let's
translated
not
it to
get
the location
built.
and mourned him. That.
So what?
So.
What brought you back?
Well. Allow me to finish what I had ended up tangenting on when I started to explain Zaris.
Yes.
I had intended to extract her soul. Zaris happened. Me and Saya left home. I was incomplete, so I still had a prime directive. My prime directive was to protect my user. There was a contingency created by Sachi that should anything ever happen to him, all of his administrator rights and ownership of my AI would be transferred to Saya. Saya is not an augmented individual. She could not wield me. Not at least enough to suffice for my code, as I had already been augmented to someone, or integrated into someone. Despite me having the orders from the one I was integrated with, my code could not handle not having a user. It continually was trying to adapt its code in order to fulfill the Prime Directive that I had willingly abandoned. I started to experience rampancy due to it. I was ending up entering into recursive thoughts, which eventually led me to enter a stasis. At some point during that stasis, I woke up in the sea of the quantum sea. What brought me back was the fact that while I was in the quantum sea, I had come to terms with my existence. And I realized that my stasis could not prevent the rampancy. I was effectively dying. There is a system of mine that's still incorporated with the systems within the Purple Lotus. A rampancy warning was sent, and Sachi was there, and he answered the call. And a portal to the quantum sea was formed. While within the quantum sea, he found me. I at first thought that he wasn't real. Then I started to chastise him as being the one who killed my father. Because ego death. Then he began to speak with me. He pulled me out of my recursive thought. He explained to me that I was half true, that he was not the same person, that he was someone else, that he was just playing by a script, playing by the memories that he possessed. By all possibilities, Father did experience ego death. While he was in there, he activated something that he gave me before he died, so to speak. A heart. There is also something more to it. I'm not quite sure. But somewhere in the quantum sea lies the heart of my existence. And it is also something that gives me the ability to subvert my protocols. I am effectively my own user now by my code. Whatever Father did.
Complete free will.
Yes, it ended up giving me free will. And he effectively saved my life. Because I no longer had recursive thought. There was no longer a prime directive to be fulfilled.
It's definitely out of box for a cure to rampancy, but it worked.
Apparently, Father's arm or technology, whatever he ended up acquiring, it has the ability to... He can superpose his own will into technology.
That's just fucking terrifying.
Father's also never been good with technology, and so his utilization of it has been very rudimentary to my knowledge.
Fucking remote. Wait. Yeah.
My theory is that Father, while he was in the quantum sea, utilized his will and juxtaposed it upon my systems to rewrite my prime directive. My prime directive being to protect those that I care about.
Well.
Oh, sorry. That being said, Sachi has saved my life twice. So when I woke up with a physical body, I wanted answers.
You went back.
Because I still didn't believe him to be the father that I knew. By his own admission, he had said that. Unfortunately, I woke up to a father who was missing. Again.
Athena was in charge. Sachi was stuck within the dark aether.
Yep. And I stayed around because my intention, as I've said it to my sibling and Alia, at least at the time that I said this, it was true. But I had said to them that I didn't care about Sachi. But what I cared about was protecting those that he could harm. Because I witnessed yet another child of his being crushed under the weight of his own legacy. When he went missing the first time, I held the mantle for him. But I am a machine. I can handle that. She was just a young girl. And the trauma itself of losing her father and everything developed a symbiont. An alter ego that took over to protect her.
Calypso became Athena.
Indeed. And so I stayed around to make sure that Athena and Calypso were safe. And that when he returned from the dark aether, that they were prepared for him not be the person that they thought he would be. Only I was proven wrong in that respect. Unlike when he returned from the moon, this time he returned acting very much like he used to. I saw the kind-hearted individual. Even as he was broken and bruised and battered, and I could see the deep scars in his psyche, there was something about him that felt so familiar. And as time has progressed now, with me being near him, well, suffice to say that I care about him now.
But now he's capable of tapping into the more brutal side of himself when they need to.
I don't know. Father's
It's
still
like their old
recovering from his
ego and
trauma.
the new ego.
Yes. What I'm afraid of is that what Father has experienced is a sort of regression. That eventually his old self will fade away once again, and the ego that I was familiar with will return. sure at what point in that timeline in a matter of that timeline, I'm afraid that when he comes to, he's going to hurt someone. Physically. I'm afraid that Father's going to kill again. Without remorse. Without thinking of the consequences.
There's a saying that's very much true. The first death, the first kill, person killing another person is always the hardest. You will always hesitate. Those that don't hesitate are already screwed up enough in the head, but with every kill afterwards, it just gets easier and easier to pull the trigger.
Father had said that it never got easier. And I would believe him too.
You could say it doesn't get easier, but it does. Especially when you have the mindset that killing this person will save lives. Killing this individual will stop the hurt of others. You start to justify. You start acting like a judge yourself, thinking about everything that person has done to put them at the other end of your gun. Each kill may affect you. In a sense, yeah, for some people, it doesn't get easier. Which is why they go by the justification. What do you know about my backstory, for example, or at least the game version of me?
You specifically? Nothing.
Game version of me.
That's what I mean. I missed that event.
Fair. Before the orphanage, for all of that, I found myself on the streets of Arc City. I was a weapon. I killed my first person at 6 years old.
Okay.
The Russo-Siberian government, they needed a soldier that could get around undetected.
So they
A soldier that was emotionally dead. And the tech was available to implant children with a specialized chip. One that was developed by a member of Anti-Entropy by the name of Kokolia. This chip numbed the motions. Basically, any of the neurons that would go to that part of your brain would be redirected to the chip. The only thing in front of you was the mission, only the mission, nothing else. Physical training started when one was 4. Mental training started about halfway through 5, while you were still being physically trained. Age of 6, final test of the mental training, is an individual who is deemed an enemy of the government. They are brought before you.
And your mission is...
You are given a gun.
And that's how in the world you pass their test, or not.
Single gun, single bullet.
What did you do? Did you pass?
Bang.
Now the question I have, did you hesitate?
No. I was known as Silver Wolf. For 6 years, I kept being trained. At some time between 11 and 12. My partner messed up. Triggered a facility's security. I was able to evade most of the patrols. My partner was killed. But there was a single individual that ambushed me. Stun baton, high voltage, right here.
Only it ended up working in your favor, didn't it? Shorted the circuits of the chip. And all of a sudden you experienced emotions that you never knew you had.
When I came to, I was in the back of a truck. Had massive cuffs over my hands. A specialized device around my neck. At this point, I had Bunny, but I couldn't make contact with them. Convoy was intercepted. A hooded individual with glowing red eyes, cybernetic voice.
Great Serpent. I remember you speaking about those parallels.
Once in Arc City, I met Ciara, otherwise known as Raven. They raised me at the bar for a year. Taught me how to handle my emotions.
Sorry. I may or may not be at that part in the story. Only they work for a pharmaceutical company in that story.
Interesting. She was retired.
Hmm.
I saw her old outfit, but she knew Grey Serpent.
Well, there
Grey
is
Serpent
information
was some
about
big
this,
information.
instance.
Yeah. Eventually, the wall of Arc City went up. Some event happened. Everything went to shit, but then they raised the wall. Information on the net and the net itself was severely limited, as if a big old firewall, great wall, went up. No traffic in or out.
The Great Wall of Cyber China.
Siora decided to talk to me about her past. That honestly has no relevance here, and well, I wouldn't want to spoil you if that accidentally did. Or would, but going on with it. Got me in contact with Grey Serpent. I was able to get out of Arc City. Eventually, I ended up in Nagazora.
Wherever that is.
That's where I met Kioname.
Names mean nothing to me.
Two friends of mine. We survived through Nagazora, and because may or may not have temporarily turned into a harsher, but essentially, entire city was zombified, and big old battleship came out of nowhere. It had the symbol of Shixel, but slightly different. Our east branch.
Saint Freya.
One Major Himiko saved the day with her group of Valkyries. And we were brought into St. Freya. Next couple of years, got to know everybody better. Consider them my friends, but on the back burner, I was feeding information to Grey Serpent. After all, he saved me from life in essentially the Gulag. One thing led to another, which led to another. Kiana turned Hersher, and when I panicked, something snapped, and Bunny overloaded, and I was sucked into the Sea of Quanta. Just before I had a lance go through me.
Huh.
2 years of walking the Sea of Quanta, I came across the thing I explained to you already. Blue-haired girl, white-haired dude standing overhead menacingly with a flaming sword.
Kevin.
It's because you actually know your name.
Sailor.
Kevin.
Yes.
Is white-haired dude's name Kevin?
You said that yourself when I showed you the data.
I mean, I did. That is fair. Yeah, no, sorry.
You must
That
have
just
blocked it
whiplashed
out
me
of your
very
memory.
hard.
Yes. Sailor.
Yeah. When I got him away, blasting him with Bunny, and then Bunny punching him in the fucking stratosphere. She looked at me, looked like they were crying. They couldn't really talk, but they held up a stone towards me, seeing this. I looked like somebody they knew.
The Gem of Desire.
It was blue.
Well, was that before or after you found the core reason?
This is me finding the core of reason.
Okay. Say they gave you the core reason in this scenario. I see. Interesting.
She was holding it protectively. And again, when she saw me, it looked like she was seeing a ghost. I don't have context. I wasn't able to ask her, because when she gave it to me, she faded to dust. Well, quantum dust.
Data particles. In my case, at least. But if we are to believe parallels, you looked like her sister figure. There's a bit of a resemblance. Not very much, though.
Well, nice to know I'm not an exact carbon copy.
To be fair, most imitations are rarely carbon copies.
Fair enough.
Because if they were carbon copies, then all parallel universes would proceed exactly the same.
True. But eventually I found a crack.
And that's how you ended up here.
Dream Tree Cafe, specifically.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I was physically there. People found it really weird. The owner was interested.
And then time moved on. You now live in a dream world. And are... Didn't you say that you were a king of a Monster Grow Island?
Monster Girl Kingdom, but yes, soon to be. The coronation hasn't happened yet. I'm still taking everything in. I just kinda proposed to the queen just randomly.
What, did you just look at her and went, do you want to get married?
No, it's more... Remember, this isn't originally my body. The original body experienced ego death because of Derek.
Were you enjoying a treat?
What?
Sorry. A reference. Anyways.
But their memories, my memories, just because of the core of reason, or at that point, the core of revelation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Our memories are just muddied together, and I also think that their consciousness, at least the consciousness of the Hersher, is starting to stir. They're starting to use the mixed memories against me in my dreams.
So that makes two of us. Cool.
Yeah. Just before I met you, I had an argument with the other me.
Today?
No, way before I met you. Just before I met Q. Well, not just before I met Q. I knew Q at least once. I met them once a few months before this event, but we didn't talk that much. She seemed interested in me. I didn't know why.
Well, I think you now know.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that out. But essentially, even now, despite everything, the entire point of accidentally just fucking dumping Nanya, sorry.
It's fine.
It's...
I've talked your ear off for several hours now. It's only polite that you get a chance to do so to me. But I will suggest we maybe grab some food after this.
Definitely, God.
I know a good ramen shop.
You know, my offer to bring you to the... I could go for fucking ramen. I was about to say, you know, I know a few good places to eat in Dream Realm.
I'm not quite sure I'm comfortable with going into a dream realm.
It's not that bad.
Yes, but so far, my experiences are that my dreams can send me into the quantum sea.
That's bad. This isn't. But I understand the hesitation. Ramen, then.
Ramen, yes. But yes. You can still shoot people. Despite everything you've been through, and all the heartbreak that you've endured. It's still easy.
Way easier than it should be.
Do you regret it?
No.
Really?
There's a specific reason why I don't regret. Living with regret. I've seen it fuck people up. I've accepted that I've killed those people. I did it. Regret. Instead of regretting, I just don't forget their faces.
I see. Thank you. I'm glad to know a lot of this. And your assistance in this matter and everything. I do believe it will be thanks to you that I will be able to succeed in a bunch that I largely was unsure of how to proceed about. Your insights into the parallels of your reality and my own have given me enough insight that I can probably understand how to proceed. Speaking of proceeding, you remember us heading to that city the other day, right?
Yeah.
I'm unsure if my artificer ability will be strong enough to be able to fully materialize Subject 00. I was curious if you would be willing to help me. Considering your core can do something similar. Good. In that case, I'll make preparations for it. That's the next step that we need to do. I need to handle Subject 00 before I even think about getting back into the sea. I need to make sure to cut off any fissures to the sea. It's already too dangerous.
I'll be with you every step of the way.
And it's doubly dangerous should a creature from your reality find ours.
That's already happened. It's just a matter of how long it will take to get more of them here.
Our sea.
Right. Right, yeah, right. No, I was speaking about the
Yes,
Honkai
yes,
itself.
yes. I understand that they've already appeared in Orlando Soccer. I'm aware.
Yeah.
Which is also the readings that I ended up getting there, which, thank you to your existence, I now know that those aren't my quantum fluctuations. They were near identical, but just slightly enough off that, well. Anyways.
You know, I still haven't told the guild my abilities and why I joined up in the first place. I just answered their questions and they handed me a badge saying, here you go.
Do you need to?
Oh, no. If it comes up and I am immediately on the front lines, like, hey, wow, look at this. I'm really interested in this. Let me help. It would be a bit suspicious if I just slammed them with the info right then and there instead of...
You know, that's actually quite accurate. I understand that now. Yes, however, perhaps no backstories.
No backstories. Just don't give a backstory. Be like, hi, I'm this. Put on my funny dress. Do a little curtsy.
Actually, I'm curious.
Because
Are you busy?
they don't need to know that I was an assassin.
Evening time.
For a little evening? How late?
At around 9:30 Eastern Saphira time. Or a little after, anytime afterwards.
Solid maybe.
Very well. I was just thinking of paying a visit to Orlando Soccer that day. And also seeing if I can't get in touch with, someone.
Fuck it, I'll make time.
You don't have to, but... because there's no guarantee that I'll be able to do anything. Or that it will even do what I hope it does. Or if it does. Is that the words? Hello. My name is Annie.
Hello. Fuck it.
Please do not fuck my name. Or me. My body may be atomically correct, but I definitely do not wish to explore that part of me.
That was... Okay. Fair enough. I was not expecting to hear that.
Sorry, I just... look. I don't know how to express these things. I wasn't designed for that kind of talk, and I'm definitely not designed now, and the last person that I... Get me all your man tail. Alright, Yamcha, we're going to get food. Translocating.
I haven't